You have a knack for timing, my fellow. I found the site of a new cross. Take this. Mikola has said as much himself. He wishes now to throw it all away. He says the act, though undoubtedly painful, will sear clean the Earth Three's wanton sin. The truth of his claim can be found at each cross. It is evidence enough to earn my belief. Go to the misshapen tree of Umbra. In that forsaken place, blood must spill. The blood of your fellows, the Earth Three faithful. Go to the misshapen tree of Umbra. In that forsaken place, blood must spill.
I still wonder if he's a Radagon parallel.
Go to the misshapen in that forsaken place. Blood must.
But I think I will go for the other part of this map. Bro, these fire coils do a lot of damage. What the? Whoops. Oh. No, it went wrong. Oh, what? Swift spear. Metal bodied spear of extremely lightweight, being the result of a sophisticated molding technique. Such a strange weapon. I don't know. It seems so boring and common. Where is it? The moveset is kinda cool. It feels good for some reason, strange. Another grave glove ward. Okay.
Hello there. Are you the Tarnished? Lady Leda spoke of you. Another Tarnished. Guided here by Mikola the Kind. My name is Teolia. I too am Tarnished, and here on kindly Mikola's account. So, well, here's to new beginnings, I suppose.
Didn't know that it's pronounced Talia. Talia.
I'm sorry. But, well, I'm not much good at anything is all. I'm as weak as a kitten and thick as two planks. I've always been this way, since the very day I was born. I'm afraid the only thing I'm proficient in is poison. Sorry.
give this to Tiolier. He asked me to
Tiolier.
find it. I finally found it. Many things. I like for you, lady, things. Goodbye.
Righteous tarnished. What brings you here? Well, I'm much obliged. As suspected, kindly Mikola has visited the lands which hold the tower, and appears intent on wholly dispossessing himself of his flesh. He must be seeking entrance to the Tower of Shadow. Righteous tarnished. What brings you here? Righteous.
Let us both take kindly may we meet again on the battlefield.
So, what can I help you with? Oh? What's this? I have to say, Sir Moore has an awfully sharp eye, doesn't he? It's wonderful. This ebony, as lustrous as the night sky unending. I don't think I could ever thank him enough. I'll have to think of something. Ah, forgive me. You two deserve your share of the reward. I'll mix up something special. If you find yourself weary of the weight of this life, then just give me the word. Sleep is a balm. An eternal sleep is an elixir. Is that so? Then take this. This concoction can coax even the oldest of dragons to sleep. For you, it will grant the sweetest slumber for all eternity.
Hey Kagan, weary of life. I always had this feeling that there might be an illusion contained in it regarding our or Godwyn's death, you know? Something that usually results in death and is in regard to dragons sometimes something that is just putting them to sleep. Causes immediate death if imbibed by an ordinary human. Right. Grave Glowwort, another one. There's something going on with Grave Glowworts here.
My arms, my legs, each lies a bloody ruin. The pain, the exquisite pain. Bale! Vile Bale! Oh, terror incarnate! There is life in me yet! I will soon feast upon your heart! Mark my words! You too shall know fear!
Bro. Voice acting. Just peak.
The pain. The exquisite pain.
Hey, RJ. My very first time that I met Igon, I thought, okay, do I have to kill him as an act of mercy? It's not much that's up. I was doing like plumber stuff in the morning. I cleaned some pipes in my kitchen, you know, the one under what you usually have there. I don't know what it's called. Siphon. Siphon? Actual pipes, yeah. 3 smithing stones. 3 smithing stones. Three smithing stones in front of this pillar. It's some kind of bad omen, guys. You know? I think the souls that are being suppressed might not want to be suppressed. Yeah. Pipes are like bloody red. It's one of these days, you know. Okay, there's not much here. Suppressing pillar. I thought everyone would have bloody pipes. Imagine blood coming out of yourself. Oh my god. I would be terrified as fuck. I'm glad that I'm not living in the US, because, you know, I read a lot of posts on Reddit, and especially in the millennial subreddits, there are a lot of people like being scared and are afraid of like what is it called? Anus cancer? It's a real thing in the US, at least. I don't know what's up there with the food, but okay, it's an ancient dragon smithing stone. All right. Ancient dragon smithing stone. And it's oriented towards Anne Ilum and Ballarat. Isn't that interesting? It's just because I think it's actually referencing Farmazula, probably. We just don't get preventative healthcare screenings mostly. Yeah, I have to say, I'm even thinking about myself and about like checkups and so on, and I don't know. Some of these services come you get those pretty late, I think. Like the first free checkups you get with 35, I think, here. Oh, my chat is moved. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? You know, I saw a post the other day about the different colors of the sky. And yeah, it's changing already. The very center of the lens between all manners of death wash up here, only to be suppressed. Oh. Off to the west, the sky reminds me of pizza. Pizza? This one? What the? Why does it remind you of pizza? The sky changing its color is so damn interesting. I would love to have like a time frame where you see like I mean not time frame in a short clip with maybe 4 times the speed or so, where you just can't see the sky changing. Because I'm wondering if it's changing in every area, and if you have like all of these different skies in every area. Cheese and sauce. Come on, is it changing? I'm pretty sure I've seen a post with different skies. Red-headed woodpecker. Nice, Darcy. Interesting birds in Germany. It's some. Yeah, I think so, probably, but I don't know many birds. To be honest, I had some friends of mine when I went to the university, who were. You could have called them like hobby ornithologist. What is called? And usually it's older peoples who sit in front of the window and are observing birds, like my parents, for example. Well, we have also something like a pecker. I don't know. I just don't know which type of pecker we have. In German, it would be called Buntspecht. I think translated it would mean something like colorful pecker. Buntspecht. I'm not sure if it's the same as the red-headed pecker, woodpecker. What are these huge fields? There's nothing in them. Jesus. Ornithology, yeah. These friends that I had at the university, they were also like as a hobby, or in their free time, they were counting birds in different areas for not Greenpeace, but you know, something, some organization that is that cares for the nature and so on, and which is involved in planning where to build structures like those wind circle thingies, you know. Wind wheels, I don't know what they're called. There's really not a lot in here. I don't really understand why it's so empty. I think I ate too much today. I think one of the pretty rare ones would be, I don't know if they exist here, but I think so. The ice bird. Is it called ice bird in English? I think it's a pretty rare one, but I think he's he exists in Europe. there is an item. Hmm. Hmm. Spread crossbow. Modified crossbow made by combining 2 crossbows into one. Capable of loading multiple bolts, firing them simultaneously, enabling a spread of fire. Is it a Radagon parallel? Maybe it's about Radagon having 2 faces. Or about Radagon containing Marika's soul, who knows? What's this? Oh. There was an item over there. Three smithing stones. 3 of them. I forgot what item was over there. Hmm. Okay, we got those weird strange things here. Whoop. They got smashed. Oh, light. Where does it come from? Whenever I see 2 factions fighting, I sometimes think, are they referencing like a fight between 2 main characters or so? Or 2 major factions that are referenced through them? Hmm. Okay, let's get into this forge. I actually started to think that Rune Forge lava intake. These forges might be themed around the Crucible, maybe? least a little bit. Can I level up? No. By grace, if I ever see another rock. Off. By grace, if I ever see another rock, I shall find it of this. I have no doubt. The altar of the forge cannot be far. What does he mean by another rock? By grace, if I ever see another rock, I shall find it. Of this I have no doubt. The altar of the forge cannot be far. Like, I mean, he's speaking of rocks, not of stones. I mean, I thought maybe he's speaking of smithing stones, but that doesn't really make sense if he's saying rock, right? Let's poke him a bit. Just a little bit. Oh. Not even. Come here. Oops. Yeah, something about this dialogue is off. Like, why is he like swearing like, by grace, if I ever see another rock? What the fuck? 4 smithing stones. Okay. Oh, by the way, the spirit ashes of Taili that you find in one of those forges is, in my opinion, a Godwyn parallel. That's something I'm pretty sure of, because it says like something like Taili was the first of his kind to fall asleep, but in the end he was the one becoming a deity. And in the same way, I think it's actually parallel to Godwyn, who was the first of his kind to die, but through our journey is the one who becomes the, some kind of god or elden lord in the end. You know? Okay. 7 smithing stones. Okay. My brain is working on something. I'm cooking. Great, I put into its cookbook. If there's something missing, I mean, on a literal level, like what we have, just in text form, there's definitely something missing. I think the question is like, how much are we able to infer of what we are given in the base game and the DLC and in Night Rain? And I think it's able to infer a lot that we haven't yet. But besides that, it's incredibly demanding. There will still be some connections where we can't be 100% sure, but we have to use a little bit of our imagination to imagine how in detail everything happened. But I think for the most part, I just think that we have so much undiscovered yet. I think that we actually have like 10% of what we could potentially get by inferring from all the themes and illusions that are contained in it. And it's only because I think that we haven't really understood the storytelling of From Software. And I don't know it's hard to describe. I think it's probably work for a whole community, but it of course it doesn't work if everyone is disagreeing with everyone else, because then you just end up in a community where everyone has its own interpretation, and you can't really step forward. That's one thing. I think there are a lot of issues with the community as well, because everyone is, for example, confident that he understands the storytelling of From Software, and especially those who are maybe even like 10 years already huge fans of From Software. It might be incredibly hard to like change the perspective of people, or sometimes even people themselves are not able to change their perspective, or to maybe admit that the point of view for the last like few years is something that we have to leave behind. And additionally, I think it's also probably incredibly abstract in how the storytelling actually works. I really want to make this accessible, like the perspective that I have, and I'm just wishing, for example, for other people in the community to join my approach, and so one could work on it together. But it seems like it will never happen. I mean, there are a few, though, on my Discord server, for example, but still. But regarding the question, if it's complete, I think for the most part, yeah. Because to me, Night Rain in particular felt like a summary. The characters of Night Rain as parallels, I think they function like a summarization of this actual story in Elden Ring. And Miyazaki, although I think we can't trust Miyazaki all the time, he actually said that that there will be only one DLC and no more Elden Ring content. A lot of people thought the ending of the DLC is kind of anticlimactic, and I even agree on that. It definitely feels like anticlimactic, but I suspect that that it might even be on purpose, like that. Maybe it was supposed to be anticlimactic, so people are still wondering and questioning a lot of stuff that they have found before or thought about before. 2 smithing stone 4s. Hmm. Three smithing stone 7. A glass shard. Glass shard is weird. And it's a good question, you know, like the question regarding is Elden Ring now complete, because it doesn't feel complete, right? Because there's so many questions that are still unanswered, and I had the same questions. Like I was thinking, and my question that I had was, how could Miyazaki be satisfied with concluding Elden Ring like this? And I was trying to figuring that out. To how is FromSoft thinking? How are they working? Like, what do they have in mind when creating the game's content? And I'm kind of convinced that I understand their way of thinking a little bit more than probably others. I don't want to sound like a douche, but you know, whenever someone is saying like, yeah, I understand these things, or so, then usually the whole community is like jumping on you and like swearing, and I mean, I can understand this perspective. I think I just need to present the evidence I have, and people come around on their own. Most people are likely to change their mind if you flat out tell them they're wrong and you're right. I mean, that's what I already tried a little bit, at least. Yeah, Leonardo, that's I mean, that's partially that is the reason why I'm right now not producing more videos, because fuck me. Because I want to get a better picture of what the story is probably revolving around, or I mean how the story actually how the details fit together. But although there might be little details that are different than I first thought, for the most part I'm pretty confident with the story that I've laid out so far. I usually try to be so the reason why I started to producing videos in the first place was that I was so confident with the things that I had discovered or that I had in mind that I had no other choice than to produce the videos, because then on the subreddits no one care, or on the Elden Ring lore channel, even the official Elden Ring Discord, no one cares really, because they are like they all have a perspective that don't allow different interpretations. And yeah, the only way that I thought might to find kindred spirits in this regard was to produce videos to make them understandable, comprehensible, and maybe others will join. I think the problem is that my approach needs a lot of work. New people will appreciate you. I see a lot of comments that say that. RJ, you know what? I think I had some exchange with my early viewers that said something like this, exactly like this. Someone said like the manipulation inside the game reflects and mirrors the manipulation. Someone else, what I tried to say, what is it like? Someone else said the way that we are manipulated by the Golden Order and Greater Will in the game works the same way how the lore community is like brainwashed and isn't able to step out of the boundaries, like out of the comfort zone. The entire game is Miyazaki's commentary on the fan base. Probably. Interesting that it's called Red Hot. Yeah, sorry, Darcy. I didn't want to sound like I was just a little bit frustrated. I'm sometimes like just a little bit frustrated. These were more just like some funny thoughts that come to mind sometimes. I mean, lore research is frustrating. One or the other way, no matter how, it's frustrating in itself. Like the working on the lore is frustrating, and the exchanges with the community too, because different interpretations and assumptions clash on each other, and therefore it's like natural that it's yeah, like it's just there's just enough room for different interpretations, and kind of natural that interpretations and yeah, clash on each other. I already have some interesting thoughts. I mean, this will all probably be in the far future, but I have an interesting idea regarding the next Let's Finally Crack Elden Ring video. So my plan is to finish the Godfrey series at some point in the future, and then I will probably do a second Let's Finally Crack Elden Ring, and maybe I even try to, because I think I'm about to crack how they are creating the characters and so on, and I thought it would be funny to create characters and a story on my own with the same method. So one can see how you end up with such a content how we have in Elden Ring, to make it comprehensible. How From Software is even ending up with this, because they are working, in my opinion, incredibly like artists who are interpreting. And there is even an interview where they say that usually it's Miyazaki who is giving the first ideas for something, like Miyazaki is writing the storyboard for trailers, or giving the first ideas for characters and so on, and the From Software's team is then often interpreting Miyazaki's words or ideas, and are designing then the characters and so on. And they even described it sometimes as poetic, because it's also about keywords, probably, or key ideas. So, I have this idea. For example, I have this idea in mind. Like, imagine you have a story revolving around Trump and Xi Jinping. Maybe how it is called, like the leader of China. Imagine this. Everyone knows these two, right? So you got Xi Jinping, or what is called, and you got Trump, and then you start. Imagine you have a story revolving around these two, and then you start to creating items and characters inspired by these two by using associations. For example, you could create an item that is just depicting an orange and got some interesting flavor text that are like containing some allusions to Trump for some reason, like that you that with oranges you usually only get a bad deal or something like that at the market. I don't know, some weird stuff. And instead of Xi Jinping, you are using like something that looks like a Winnie Pooh, and this is how you end up with like parallels or like characters that are using associations and that are inspired by some big characters. But in the end, and this is the stroke of a genius, in the end, you just leave out the main story. And the only thing how you able to reconstruct this is trying to look behind this facade of immersion. When you see this item of an orange, it's not about an orange. If you look at the flavor text, it's not about the literal meaning. It's something about that lies behind it, something that is alluding to. But usually, the one, if you have like people in the community that see everything like literal, they will deny everything else, but that it's an orange and nothing more. So, but if you're the one that is creating these things, and if you know the background story, it makes completely sense. It's just something that you instantly recognize when you see a Winnie Pooh and an orange. Those who know what's going on with or what Trump and Xi Jinping are associated with, you instantly recognize them, you know. But those who don't know them, who don't know the story, they just see a fucking Winnie Pooh and an orange. Nothing more. And that's the problem. That's how they are creating the game's content, because it's all like in form of parallels and references. But the crux, the problem is there that we don't know the background story. We don't know it, and therefore it's incredibly demanding to extract and infer the background story. And RJ got it. It's if you know the method, it kind of becomes quite easy to like create a FromSoft game on your own. Cause a slight madness buildup. Yeah, something like this, exactly. And you instantly get it, RJ. You know, it's and exactly like this. They're creating the game's content. And maybe with some of those examples, I might be able to make it more comprehensible how From Software actually works and what Elden Ring actually is, because with this method, immersion is not the priority. Immersion is only there to cause ambiguity and to create an illusion of immersion where the whole community is getting lost in. But in the end, it's all more like consisting of references and allusions and parallels. Yeah, already to describe it in the first Let's Finally Crack Elden Ring, and at the very end when I was discussing the creative process. But I think I could flesh it out and discuss it more the next time. Character based on JD Vance could probably look like a giant baby face or so. The magic is just that in the end you are also trying to make these inspired like characters and items stand on their own, having their own lore in some way, so that the parallels and illusions are not instantly recognizable, or for those who don't know the story at least. I mean, 8. 8? Toxic mossling. Like a darling infant. That reminds me so much of Radagon. Or the Recluse ending, Remembrance. Verfremdungseffekt? What's this? It's definitely a German word. What is Verfremdungseffekt? Kind of what I am describing with this sort of storytelling. Oh, nice. But I have definitely looked into that. And you know, and following this following this method to create items and characters, you automatically end up with something that appears more like dreamlike. Because these things are mirroring things in their way, but not directly them. Oof, so much poison. I was pretty sure there was a second item over here. Like not only 8 toxic mosslings. Oh, a cookbook. And I think they are, with this method, you know, like Miyazaki's giving probably most of the time like the key ideas, and then the team is more like executing and interpreting these ideas and symbols on their own in some way. But they, in the end, they still contain the ideas of Miyazaki. So, which is like, which makes it also possible that a lot of stuff is connected to each other. For example, if you're just given the idea, a bloodthirsty character, with which is longing for a woman, or I don't know, associated with the color red, then you can end up with multiple characters like this. The style of theater pioneered by Bertolt Brecht, designed specifically to create distance between the work of art. Distance between the work of art and the viewer in order to promote consciousness. I'm not used to get serious comments of you, RJ. In order to promote conscious analysis. Thanks, Nomad. Nomad. I think I have to read it into that. It seems like a bit more complex, but it sounds interesting, RJ. I'm just not clearly understanding it right now. Yeah, that's the RJ level of comments that I'm used to see. Kojima. Maybe it's a thing where, when you're an author or like a writer or some sort of. I mean, we in the end we are just gamers, you know. And no wonder no one understands like these Elden Ring, for example, because we're gamers. We're not like people who study literature or writing. Shoo. Oh, that's what you meant with promote analysis, conscious analysis. And you know, another thing would be, for example, you know that I am convinced that even numbers sometimes have a meaning. And people will say, "What the fuck? No, that's just too crazy." But in the end, it's not really difficult. You as the one who creates these who's creating the game, you just create it. You just say, okay, the number 3 stands for bad luck, and that's it. You are telling your team the number 3 stands for bad luck, and they are placing these 3 times accordingly. It doesn't take much effort, in my opinion. And therefore, the item placement, and I think there's a lot to the item placement that are people immensely underestimating. I think the item placement has a lot of depth. Yeah, Morglad. Hey, what's up? Yeah, BS too. I think almost all characters are sometimes used to reference some major characters or institutions or so. I would say it's like coding, you know. Coding isn't really difficult, but decoding is incredibly demanding. For example, you could just write a text where you just exchange every letter with the number according to their place in the alphabet. You end up with some strange with a lot of lines of random numbers that look like hilarious and like nonsense. But if you're the one who just knows how you like the way of your coding, if you understand your own language, it's quite easy. Yeah, I mean, in poems as well, or like in mythology, the logic, liturgical stuff that you mentioned. It's just that I try to avoid it to compare it to religion, because I think that I just think there's in Elden Ring there's a lot of logic behind it actually. That's why I literally avoid to to compare to religion. Although you can, of course, there are some repeating patterns that occur in the Bible, for example, which could be analyzed like you would usually analyze literature, for example. I think poems could be also a good analogy. Like you don't interpret poems literally, because you will end up with stuff that don't make sense. You know, like authors of poems usually have their own symbolism. And for example, the heart for a symbol of the soul is quite common. And it's also something that we have in Elden Ring, for example. But what do you think if beer is connected to the number 8? When it comes to beers, I usually think of Radigan for some reason. I don't have a key location which convinced me, but it felt like maybe because of the red beers, maybe. But usually I associate Radigan with beers for some reason, because they are just placed like that where I think it makes sense. But oh yeah, also the red beer stuff. I think the red beer, for example, there's a character like named Red Beer, and I think it's just a parallel to Radigan, who is like something like a red dragon. I think it's incredibly emphasized. I think they're incredibly trying to point it out that Radigan stands for Red Dragon, and that's why they include a character named Red Beer, because in the end it's about red dragons, about Radigan. Like, it's so on your nose. Do you say on your nose? Is this an idiom, or did I just came up with it? And then the the beers are even. I mean, the beer communion is even funny enough. It's compared to Dragon Communion. On the nose, yeah. Hey, Yamel, what did you mean by or are we? You're an idiom. Hi, Magino. There is something to the number 5 maybe, but it appears so frequently that I'm not sure. But what made me wonder was the law of causality, for example, in the description. So for one, I think the number 5, in regard to my chair theory, is linked to the shattering. Another thing that I think would fit really well is, for some reason, you know, the law of causality is, I think it's alluding to the shattering as well, because it's about creating a ring which explodes if it takes damage. And what's interesting enough is, in the description it says, after a specific amount of after a specific number of hits, it starts to explode. And I tested how many hits it needs, and it needs exactly 5 for some reason. So it could be that the number 5 is in some way. Yeah, I wasn't able to actually figure it out entirely, but I just thought it's an interesting situation where the number 5 appears, especially the 5 hits on the law of causality. Would you expect that some or most of the deeper meanings and symbolism are present in George R. R. Martin's lore foundation, and that those elements arose from the collaboration between? Massive common stream lag. Is it because of me? Yeah, it's interesting to think about how much came from George R. R. Martin and how much came from Miyazaki. I think it could also be that Miyazaki even learned some stuff from George R. R. Martin, maybe. Or it could even be that they both of them were pretty educated in this stuff already. I think there's a lot of stuff that George R. R. Martin did not wrote, he did not design all the visuals and stuff, and the minor characters probably also not. But what we know is that George R. R. Martin wrote a lot of stuff about the demigods, so even the demigods might be created by George R. R. Martin. And because I think I don't know. I can't say for sure. I think what we see in game has probably less to do with the myth of George R. R. Martin that we might think. Because I think the myth of George R. R. Martin was more or less the core story, and which inspired a lot of other stuff that we see in game. Like minor characters that are inspired by the main characters and were supposed to be parallels, for example. And the whole item placement, of course, the icons of items, all of this were created by From Software. I think George R. R. Martin's story was probably more a drama, which is never really told to us in detail. And what we see in Elden Ring is more of a riddle. And the riddle is actually contained in the design of the whole game, in my opinion. It's a kind of meta level. But when it comes to Radagon, for example, I think the name Radagon was created by George R. Martin. I think he did the same thing with as he did with Hodor in Game of Thrones, where Hodor is just a shortened form of Hold the Door. And I think I'm convinced that Radagon is just a shortened form for Red Dragon. I want to teleport. Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, the story of George R. Martin probably, it seems like he wrote a lot of stuff up until the Shattering. And the themes, yeah. But for example, when it comes to the icons, for example, the icons were like designed by From Software. That's for sure. And like the minor characters too, like the jars, for example, the living jars. And probably also like the minor characters that we actually meet in game. Like Nephili Lou, Gideon. Yeah, you're right there, because I mean it's said in interviews that the demigods were that George R. Martin wrote stuff about the demigods, and that he probably created them in some way. But because I thought, like, I don't know if From Software like changed their design or added something to their design, but to me it seems like that even the demigods serve as parallels. And because of this, I'm sometimes wondering if George R. Martin already had the demigods as parallels in mind, or if From Software took these demigods and were designing them so they would fit a parallel. I mean, it could be either way. It's just something that I think is interesting, because I mean, maybe even George R. Martin is knows how to use parallels or to create them. I just don't know. I just think it's interesting. All right, Cayman. Oh, yeah, and that's another thing, because George R. R. Martin probably had a way more human yeah, characters in mind that were way more human. That is something that Miyazaki, I think, said in interviews. And therefore their story is probably way more human than we think as well. Because it says, like, after the shattering, the demigods are, yeah, kind of going mad and were, like, changing and transforming into grotesque beings, like Godric, who grafted other tarnished, Radan and Melania, or Radan, yeah, who was eaten by Scarlet Rot, Rykard, who fed himself to the serpent. So I think before the shattering, there were it was probably way more like a drama of more human and normal characters that you would usually have in a medieval fantasy drama of George R. R. Martin. But of course, From Software is a little bit is designing them more fitting to a video game. And what's that, Cayman? What's up with this story? I might have not understood it the first time. John Rambo, what are you talking about? there's a different story also containing the name Radagon in it. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Is that true? Wait. You have to show me this one. And it's called A Looking Glass for London. I mean, it's interesting to look into that, but it might be a stretch. I don't know. That's true. And you could say that for a lot of stuff that I do. I'm still convinced of the idea, though, that Radagon also stands for Red Dragon. I mean, it could be that it has multiple meanings in it. It could also serve as a reference to another story containing someone named Radagon, but who knows? Deep Purple Lily. So like Radagon is Bale or something? Yeah, I think Bale is a Radagon parallel actually. But the same goes for Mesmer and Radan as well. At least from my perspective. And it kind of makes sense, because we know almost nothing about Radagon. Radagon is the most mysterious character, and therefore it kind of makes sense that there are a lot of the huge characters are actually parallels to him. Yeah, when it comes to Placido Sucks, I'm not exactly sure. RJ, I actually think that yeah, it might have been I might have been Radigan who attacked Farmer Zula and caused the wound on Placido Sachs, but that's just speculation right now, or some theory crafting. It's just because I think the DLC serves more as some kind of dream world, and the game's content functions more as some sort of parallels to stuff in the base game. That's how I imagine it, at least. I think both is true. I think Radagon is somewhat of a serpent, but also an ant. It's just like, I think characters can be connected to both of these themes. For example, like ants, ants have properties that fit Radagon really well, because for one, they are red coded. Then they are bleeding white, which would fit him being a silver tier, and they contain a Newman's rune, and it would fit the circumstances that he might contain the actual Marika's soul. But when you interpret Radagon as someone who is being deceiving and cunning, then the serpent or snake as a symbol also makes quite sense. Or someone as a scaled being. You know, and in this way you end up with multiple different enemy designs that are completely different and might not be connected on a literal level, but they serve as different interpretations, or are inspired by the same character, but are completely entities on their own. Of course. They just contain specific themes or qualities that are originating from that character, maybe. But in the end, what's important is From Software using these characters or entities as references when it comes to environmental storytelling, for example. So because that's I think what they do, you know, they have this main character, they create minor characters inspired by them. For example, like an ant, and they are placing ants in some environment according to, for example, what would be if they place an ant next to a dead maiden? You know, then they would have used the ant as some sort of reference to Radagon, probably together with a dead maiden or so. I don't know. I don't know if that's understandable what I tried to say. They are like using their own symbolism when they are using different entities inspired by the actual main characters. Resemblance doesn't always mean literal association. That's true. And that's the hard work, I think, to figure it out what they are actually referencing or used for in the game. And that's why it takes so much time, because you have to analyze almost every area, but also in connection to everything that is placed there. And that's why it's so incredibly demanding, and why I'm so working on it so long, and why we still have so much in front of us. Guys, I never said Radagon is an end, by the way. I hope you don't get me wrong there. These tree spirits look differently, by the way, in the DLC. Oh my god. I think we can fix the timeline. Oh, here you get the Horned Baron? When it comes to the first siege, I actually that's something that I want to address in the Godfrey series. I think the first siege on Leyndell happened actually before the Shattering, and the second one probably happened after the Shattering. And I think Godfrey, for the most part, organized the first siege on Leyndell after his banishment. So it goes like this: like Godfrey got banished, tarnished, was slaughtered. America exploring the roots of the Golden Order, discovering a bad truth, divesting herself of Radagon. America, Godfrey, after his banishment, are conspiring. The Night of the Black Knives happens. Godwyn ends up in the Chapel of Anticipation, almost dead, like not reacting anymore. America, as the one in the Black Hood, dies in the Night of the Black Knives. And who's left is just Godfrey, Melina, Godric. Godfrey, Melina, and Rykard. And also Ronnie, but... And then they start to organize the siege on Leyndell. Melina is burning the Earth Tree the first time and dies in the process. The siege in general just wasn't successful. Radagon finds out where Godwyn had fled to, and Godfrey protected Godwyn's corpse in Stormvale, and which was the fight between Godfrey and the Stormlord. As Radagon, then the Shattering occurs. Tarnished getting resurrected, and those Tarnished who get resurrected partook in the second siege on Leyndell. That's how I imagine it for now. Because in the second siege of Leyndell monument, they are called heroes. And I think they are actually like the Tarnished. But the banner that you see in Leyndell, I think that's part of the first conspiracy actually. With the Warhawk. But that's just... I don't know why I think this, but I think it fits better. There is cut content, for example, where the red gold hawk appears on the set of Rykard's knights, but it also appears on the ballistas which are on Reaping Peninsula, on Stormvale, Redmane Castle. I don't know. Why does it have to be the second siege? I'm not sure. It could be. I don't know, but I'm just wondering. Oh, I'm not paying attention to the game right now. Did I miss any items? No. Yeah, the whole Godfrey stuff that I'm just throwing in here right now is something that I have in mind in regard to his story and that I want to discuss in his series. Three fly modes. Oh. Oh, here's the pile of corpses. Silverhorned tender. I really want to know. Guys, can you please stop for a second? Thank you. Oh, jeez. Where do I get the Hoarfrost Stomp, by the way? The big one. I want the big Hoarfrost Stomp in the DLC. I have to look it up. Do we get it from the Remembrance? But these do not look like Flyman. Oh, then I can already use it. Oh, damn. The Land of Shadows is just a dream world. Okay, I believe it's some kind of dream world. Silverhorn tender. Why didn't they use like flyman corpses? I don't get it. Oh, there's actually something under the waterfall. Well. A turtle. Two-headed turtle talisman. What? Why can't travel? Let's get the super hot for some. Be right back.
thousands upon thousands of moons before the Oh my.
Divine Beast, Frost Storm. Should I duplicate it first? Hey Zed. I don't know if I want the Enraged Divine Beast though. I mean, I think I will duplicate it. That just because I'm not sure if I will ever use it, but it could fit. It could fit the Godwyn themed build, maybe. I think. Let's duplicate the Remembrance. So, yeah, it's definitely Nox architecture, by the way. But it's interesting that... Yeah, there are definitely multiple interpretations how you could go for Godwyn Build. I mean, in the end, everything would be canon because you're a person on your own as Godwyn who's resurrected without memories. You know, you could do anything, and it would fit the story, as it's in the end your story.
It may be.
So let's go for. Yes! Divine Beast, Froststorm, let's go. Godwyn Build using Godfrey's icon. How much is this? It's alright. Let's go with your beautiful. Let's get to it. No, let's get to it is the one. So it's interesting that you also found the two-headed turtle talisman under the waterfall. I think what they're also doing in regard to item placement sometimes is they are telling a story or something, or creating illusions through multiple items, but sometimes they are placed, although they might be placed close to each other, they are sometimes separated in areas where we only get later on. So for example, there was an item over here at the bridge, but you have to walk around all this area to realize there's an item over here as well, which are both pointing towards each other. And you wouldn't expect them to be related sometimes, because they are like separate by a huge way that we have to go. And it's the same in regard to the waterfalls sometimes. So we pretty early in the DLC here, we've already found the turtle talisman, but there might be an item directly above it in the in an area where we only get access to pretty late in the DLC. So I think they're sometimes using the verticality or other possibilities to separate items, just to make it more vague that they are related to each other. I mean, the items. Okay, let's use it. I forgot to... Do we have the talisman? Oh yeah, okay, please. Oh. That's not the one. Two have the beast bone. Three sliver of meat. Ah. Shadow Realm Rune 1. I really like to see you guys discussing stuff. always it's a nice thing to see that people are actually discussing lore. I think we are all glad to have some kind of space and room to discuss lore with good manner. That was also something that I hoped for by being active online or producing videos. So you're always welcome, guys, to join the Discord too, of course, if you want to discuss stuff there. I'm not that active there, to be honest. But at least it could serve as some kind of room for exchange. Never will it dry, never will it rot. It sounds a bit like beast blood, but it's something entirely different. Yeah, I think they were emphasizing a lot of stuff that they already had in the base game in some way. I mean, we had root raisin, but now we got not raisin. I don't know if this is... At least the flavor text sounds like it would allude to something that the beast blood also alluded to. And the lion's claw, for example, they were just creating a better version of the lion's claw, and also with the Hoarfrost stomp, which I really appreciate because I think it's about Godfrey in some way. Whenever there are stomps, I think of Godfrey. So many of them. Don't forget Stormvale with a huge Godfrey statue in it. And even a Godfrey painting, or some Godfrey paintings. Uh-oh. Okay, now it's time for... I'm cooked, guys. Why aren't they coming close? What? This dude charged forward like he was absolutely mad. Sad that it doesn't seem that strong though. Bro, okay. I need the claymore. shit, all the others are coming as well. No. They're calling the others, aren't they? No. God. I think I'll go with this one. Yeah, it was a bad idea. This Savage Lion's Claw looks so awesome. Six. Oh, the number 6. 6 engine Amaryllis. Three sacred blood flesh. Chief Bloodfiend. Whenever I read the name Chief, I think of Godfrey because of Chieftain, but I don't know if that even fits here. Uh-oh. Bro. That one got a lot of health. Tri-finger butt hole. Bloodfiend Hexa's ashes? What does Hexa mean in English? Because it sounds like a German word. Dark sorcerer. Yeah. Okay. Then it's actually the German word for witch, for a male witch. It's strange that is it an English word, because it's the same in German. If female witch in German is a Hexe, and a male witch would be a Hexer. Yeah, it would be a fantasy thing in German too. Long ago, a subjugated tribe discovered a twisted deity amongst the ravages of war, and they were transformed into blood fiends. The mother of truth was the savior. It's strange that you got so many names, different names for similar fantasy entities. The warlock class of World of Warcraft, for example, in German would be Hexenmeister, like Hexmaster. Hexenmeister, yeah. German is pretty logical sometimes. Not always, but in a lot of cases. Yeah, Master of Hexes, Hexenmeister. Michael Zabrowski. Is Michael Zabrowski just... are you referring Michael Zaki there? Or is it an actual person? Oof. Whenever I see a name starting with an M and a surname with starting with a Z, I always think of Michael Zaki. It's a Michael Zaki parallel, bro. I think it's a Reddit thing, isn't it? I saw so many comments making fun of Miyazaki's name.
Please, no more.
Yeah, Miyazaki is definitely
I repent.
a Hexenmeister. Can I level up? Oh yeah, I can level up. Oh, I think I put some point in mind. Although, now let's go. I mean, we get different words, but sicherlich is yeah, is something like definitely. But sicherlich is something like safely. You could say like, oh no, not safely, but safe-ish in German. Now, sicherlich means something like probably or yeah, something like probably. Something like pretty sure. Or just sure, yeah. You could translate sicherlich with sure, I guess. Surely, yeah, surely. What is it? What kind of attacks does he have? Anything else? Yeah, the damage is incredibly crazy, yeah. He almost one-shots me. Okay, have I been here already? No. Later, Cayman. Oh wait, where's the place with the painting? It should be under here somewhere. I mean, the place where you get the painting. It should be directly under this. Under here? I think so. Oh, you you can see how the grass actually is turning with the point of view down there. Directly opposite the mausoleum? Are you sure? Then it's... No, it's a little bit north, I would say. This asset over there seems like heavily linked to Farmer Zula or Dragon Communion churches at least. Or the Beast Refugee, or what it's called, in Kaled. And what's really interesting is there is one in the Road Ends Catacombs for some reason. I don't know why they put it in the Road Ends Catacombs, but this asset is usually found in Farmer Zula. Yeah, Beast Sanctuary. I think they can be found here somewhere. It's Bestial Sanctum, I mean. And Farum... I mean, it's called Farum Great Bridge. What the fuck? Yeah, for some reason, this asset, this kind of vessel that I think it's also in Farmer Zula, is for some strange reason it's in the Road Ends Catacombs. I quite don't get it yet, but I haven't heard about Farum yet. But from what I have known, so I tried to look up the meaning of Farmer Zula, and as far as I know, it's Latin or something like that, and it means like blue lighthouse. Azula derives probably from azure, makes sense, blue. Azula, and Farum means something like lighthouse. At least if it's a correct translation. It's just something that I have in mind. 6. Smithing stone 1. Oh, what's up with the number 6 here? This one that Wilder can use? That's neat. One of the Wilder's skins reminds me a lot of the Mausoleum Soldiers because of the color scheme. Because it's like, it looks like it's blue, but colored in gold. But there are still like blue sections. I think there was also something else that reminded me of. Or I also thought that the recluse might be a parallel to Marika as the woman in the black hood. And I think that's the reason why one of her skins got a hood instead. We are in Dragon's Pit right now, yes. I really like these enemies because they are not beastmen, but they are beast-like. And they act more like humans because they are using weapons that humans do. And what's really interesting is that they actually drop human bone shards. So I have this theory that these were once human, probably turning into beastman. Exactly, Sneaky. I've never played Bloodborne, but last week I was reading a lot of Bloodborne items because I thought this beast theme might be something that was already present in Bloodborne. I don't know if that's the case, but it sounds like it to me. It could, of course, it could also be like the other way around, that beastmen devolve in human, but I suspect the other way around. Shadow Arm 2. And I think Miyazaki actually thought that we would be already familiar with the concepts of that are in his other games, maybe, and therefore we would easier connect these themes. It's the blood of the gods that makes beasts of man. Maybe it's the gold in this case, because beast blood contains gold. But I don't know anything about Bloodborne though. And I expect Bloodborne to be cryptic as hell too. mean, here they're using the Sun Realm shields, for example. Yeah, I'm with Yamulgat there. I think themes and symbols might have been used the same way. Or even concepts. I would say also that there might have been used similar concepts. For example, when we speak about beasts, there might be a concept behind beasts, what beasts are. But who knows? Born not risen. Hmm. Two smithing stone, 5. Be brave, show no fear. Do you guys think there is some literary meaning to this? Plunging into the abyss, maybe? Yeah, I think there's also something in Dark Souls maybe also, but I just sometimes wonder if they also use like these interactions, like falling down into an abyss, even as something more symbolic sometimes. I'm wondering sometimes if they use these things like that, because I think they do sometimes. Yeah, a leap of faith, maybe, something like that. Two smithing stone, 4. Holy macaroni. I did not stagger. I just realized in the artwork in the loading screen of the Wandering Mausoleum, they deliberately took the 4th Church of America in it. You could see it on the bottom right corner. Actually, it was depicted pretty clear. Never realized that. Oh, he only got hyper armor when he's using his skill. Okay. My first playthrough in the DLC, I definitely used this dragon katana because it just looks so cool. It's pretty trash though, but it's good against dragons. RJ, you distracted me. I'm not doing a lot of damage there. I have to say I'm a really bad content creator. I can produce maybe videos, but I'm not a content creator in the usual way, I would say. I'm just not I don't know how you guys I think it's really difficult to be funny. Maybe it's because I'm German. For fuck's sake. Or maybe I'm just a little bit too autistic. I shouldn't have studied math. Isn't Elden Ring bingo that cool? I know you've explained to me what a bingo is, but I think I haven't got it yet. What it actually is. Whoops. Yeah, just post some cool Elden Ring bingo videos. I would like to see them. Nope. Oh, no stamina. Maybe I have to skill endurance. Can't be that hard. Got him. There are a lot of bloodstains in here, what the fuck? The two-headed turtle talisman was in the Rivermouth cave. But I got it, yes. I'm wondering what is directly above the waterfall. I think that we found this in a... No, no, wait a second. So the two-headed turtle talisman was under this waterfall, not in the cave. I'm sorry. It was here. Might be interesting to look what's above the waterfall. Foot of the jagged peak. I don't think that these are common here. What are they doing here? Hail, O Terrak incarnate. Again, I stand for you. Okay, let me think about it. I don't know if I already want to go to Jagged Peak. What kind of options do we have now? Like, we also could go down here this Elak River to the blue and red fields. We could go to Jagged Peak. I think Igon is a real dude. I don't know if he's real, but I think he's supposed to be parallel. Yeah, I probably do not Jack P it now instantly, but I think what I'm doing is I will watch out for other crosses so I can unlock some dialogue of Sir Ansbach. And we have to avoid Shadowkeep yet. Oh, there's still the Forkrift Fort that I missed. Oh, my bad. You know what I'm really hyped for is at some point in the future we will get another From Software single player game. Imagine that. That's what I'm really looking forward to. No matter how many years it takes, but it will definitely be awesome. Yeah, they will probably not. I think From Software is pretty self-aware of what they are capable of, and although they will probably never top Elden Ring in its size, they could do more quality stuff. I mean, if they would have published Sekiro after Elden Ring, it would have been still a great game. Even though it does not top Elden Ring in regard to its size. Uh-oh. Yeah, maybe we see some little shifts, or I mean, for example, in Sekiro, you could actually swim and dive, and had really nice mechanics and so on. I think they will maybe do something similar to Sekiro in regard to what they are aiming for. Yeah, or they are preparing for a huge single player game, but with more multiplayer elements at the same time. That could also be. I don't know. But it's great to see that they are experimenting. Five Black Firefly. Is this place referencing the Shattering, and this is why they have so many explosive barrels in here? I can really see that they are placing explosive barrels in here just to reference the Shattering, because you know it's the Forkrift Fort, and the Shattering is what make our resurrection possible. 3 smithing stone. 3, okay. Oh, shit! Could also be that they are aiming for really interesting new multiplayer mechanics, like something like not just multiplayer in general, but more experimental ways of including it. I mean, From Software's multiplayer was, for example, the Covenant system was a cool idea, right? Maybe they are experimenting with new ideas. I would love to see. I mean, I think everyone will be happy with everything from software releases. Oh shit. So why are there 3 smithing stones? I'm just... No. Are there any items? Nope. Whoa. One shot. No, I'm a little bit sorry for him, actually. No item. Nothing. Last thing for today, the Forgrove Catacombs. Once again, I got a glove ward. Oh. That was close. Oh god. The wind-ups are just nasty. Yeah, it's kind of strange with a Grave Glove Ward because there are many of them placed somewhere in this DLC. Ancient Dragon Knight's Cookbook. Red Lighting Pod. Oh, true. It's the Commander Andreas Spirit Ashes that is placed over there in the upcoming rooms. Oh my. It has a knot. was close. I actually paid attention to chords, because it seems like maybe chords are used for someone swearing vengeance or a vow or so. And there are some armor pieces containing chords, a lot of chords. This one should be Grave Glove Ward. Great Ghost Glove Ward. Now comes one of the most intriguing rooms, in my opinion at least. Guys, I hope you remember. It's this one. Shoo. Because this room got walls with scrolls. It's pretty much unique. There are only two of them. One of them in the DLC and one of them in the base game. And even the pattern on them, the floor is similar. Black Knight Commander Andreas, Godfrey parallel. No, it's the other one. Yeah, the other one is in the base game in the Windham Catacombs, with a lightning scorpion charm on a corpse behind a grave, which also contains walls with scrolls and two statues of the woman in the black hood with a book in the hand, which is also incredibly rare and appears only 2 times. And I think Black Knight Commander Andreas is found in one of these rooms because he, as a Godfrey parallel, is also part of Marika's plan. I think it's lightning grease over there. Yeah, 2 like Dragon Bolt grease. Dragon Bolt grease? The Prince of Gold. It's a cool name. I think it's the only time where we have this name mentioned. But I think it's interesting that they called it Dragon Bolt grease. Yeah, the hue is a Godwyn parallel, in my opinion. And following his father into rebellion is like Godwyn joining Marika's and Godfrey's plan, or to oppose Radagon. I think Black Knight Commander Andreas and Black Knight Captain Hugh are both huge Godfrey and Godwyn parallels. I'm just wondering right now if they called it Dragon Bolt grease to point out to a connection of Dragon Bolt blessing, you know? Does Dragon Bolt grease sound strange? It's so different names, you know? Lightning grease and then Dragon Bolt grease. And it mentions Godwyn. Maybe they want to point out the hint in the Dragon Bolt blasting that we are able to clad ourselves in lightning, you know? That's what I'm wondering about. Yeah, and especially because it's nowhere else used, the term. Oh, these are radar fruits. 4 times. 4 radar fruits. Lol. And there's the 4-chair room. The 4-chair room with one of those sorcerers. Ouch. Is that turquoise? Oh my shit! You're absolutely right, there's turquoise in it. What the hell? It's even dark if you look at it. It's not even, it's like, it contains the same color coding. You're absolutely right, Sneaky. It's incredible. Wait a second. Wait. It was already like this in the lightning grease. What the hell? And I mean, if you look, is it does it contain more black than usual? No, not really. But I mean, there are dark areas, so it's like you have the same color coding in here. Yeah, it's a thing that when you had also put turquoise in them, the fire grease. But the turquoise in them, the lighting grease is insane. It fits the whole color scheme of black, gold, and turquoise. It's really interesting. Really good catch, Sniggy. I haven't noticed that. And there we got our 4 chairs. Oh no! Now we got 3. Okay. 1, 2, and 3. You know, there has to be something to the chairs, because everything else is placed like it is fallen apart for years. There are, I mean, skeletons everywhere laying around, spread it everywhere. Like wood planks are just like fallen down in a strange way, and like these boxes aren't even standing really. I mean, this one a little bit. But then you have 4 chairs like standing on their own, and but oriented like really. I mean, they don't look like they blend into the environmental details. They stand out, you know. That's the level of depth that we need. Depth. Oh, glass shards. Oh. Leider jammerglad. Shadow Realm Rune 3. Isn't it strange that all these skills that are associated with Godwyn are called bold? Well, not all, but we got the lightning. What do they call lightning bolt? Dragon bolt. Link bolt. A sword that none can pull from its scabbard of cracked stone. Relic of a lost civilization from a time long past, said to have served a ritual purpose at altars of light and darkness. With the sole exception of Godwyn. You know, it could be that it is a reference that we are some sort of a chosen one with royal heritage. I mean, it sounds a lot like an Excalibur reference, doesn't it? Where is it? Another ghost glove. What the fuck? You know what is strange is that these are placed as items. You never see ghost glove what in the catacombs. Somewhere else. Oh. Oh, this is the place where we found the tarnished, the glass shard. Wait. Not sure. Electro charge. Cool spell, kind of terrible though, yeah. Does it have the same icon like Dragon Bolt Blessing? Not exactly. It's interesting that they say it's the origin of probably Dragon Ball Blessing. I had this strange feeling, though there might be some visual hints to that in the dragon lighting pots, but it seems like they might have used the concept of amber being able to be electric charged. So there is some kind of real life scientific relationship between amber and electricism, or being electrical charged. The name electron even derives from the word amber in Greek. Which is kind of neat. Let's go. I'm not really doing a lot of damage. And I'm... oh my god. What made me think about the yeah, static charge, my bad. What made me think about the relationship between amber and something that can be charged here is because you can see amber, or at least it looks like amber, in the lightning pods. Because they are glazed with something that could be amber or sap from the earth tree. It looks more like being more like sap. It's also over there. It's also over here. And it says something like, where does it say it? Yeah, might be something that seals it, but... Oh, is there also sap around the fire pot? Yeah, but they are using the term sealed for different pots. Yeah. And amber is fossilized tree sap, right? I don't know. It seems unique because the sap is so incredibly shown here. It's pretty much unique. I don't know if there is also sap around the fire pot, but I can't really... I'm not sure. Yeah, where does it say it? I knew that there is some line regarding this. Allows one to wield the ancient dragons, fighting regardless of faith. I think I should try to parry him. Yeah, the bows. I would say that the wield branching lightning. At least 46. Oh, this is what he's doing. I can backstab him. Okay. The parry window of Carrion Retaliation is insane. Oh shit. Oh! Oh! Did he just heal almost half of his HP? Oh shit. Yeah, cadaver surrogate is indeed an interesting choice of words. I think they are referring to the substitute body that Godwyn used to escape from Langdale to Stormvale. Because surrogate means something like substitution. And it was a cadaver because he was somewhat like someone who lived in death. Something like a putrid corpse, I imagine. We're just using pustules and cysts. Yeah, it's an interesting ring, right? I think the helm of their armor set is describing or saying something about the golden ring on the helmet, because that's all also there. Okay, I wanted to end now. Oh, okay, no mind. Okay, guys. Bye-bye. I think we're now done with the gravesite plane. So it's a good time to end the stream for today. Cheerio.